Olur. Açtım ses denemesi. Dear colleagues, welcome to the second day of the International Conference on Globalizing the Trust in Halal Certification. Today, we will conduct two more focus sessions. The first of these will focus on the human factor. In other words, the qualifications of persons working in the halal industry. For the second session, we invited experts to speak about technology and blockchain and discuss whether this technology can be a medium of trust. But before moving forward, I would like to note that we have made a slight adjustment to the conference program. You might remember that yesterday I had mentioned that the Senior Minister of Cambodia in charge of Special Mission, His Excellency Osman Hassan, would also deliver an opening speech, but our programs did not match, and unfortunately this was not available. However, His Excellency kindly agreed to send us a video of his speech, which I will now play for you.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency Mustafa Tazjo, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Trade of Turkey. Your Excellency Hassan Awad, Secretary General SMIIC. Mr. Zafar Soilu, Chairman of BOD Halal Accreditation Agency. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Today I have the great pleasure in attending the virtually delivered remark for the International Conference on Globalizing the Trust in Halal Certification, organized by the Turkish Halal Accreditation Agency via video conference. I think this is a critical conference to globalizing, showing that the halal sector is significant roles in economic growth and developing of each country, which has been applying in this halal matter. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I have met Excellency Hassan Awad, Secretary General of SMIIC, and other senior leaders of halal certification body at Halal International Conference, such as in Malaysia or Thailand's Act. And we have shown our solidarity as a Muslim brothers and sisters, also as a leaders for the Muslim communities on halal affairs, which is an obligation for all Muslims to practice on food, clothing, and lifestyle act. Within an official visit to Turkey on March 6, 2020, I used to meet Mr. Zafar Soilu, Chairman of the BOD, Turkish Halal Accreditation Agency in Ankara, to get more cooperation and information about halal in Turkey. The Kingdom of Cambodia, located in Southeast Asia, with a population of over 16 million. There are approximately 800,000 Muslims by the non-Muslim country. The royal government of the Kingdom of Cambodia, under the wise leadership of Samdech Akek Mahasenapadej Techo, Cambodian Prime Minister, has provided all Muslims the full right and freedom, and also given the opportunities for Muslim leaders to serve as politicians, including the Muslim leaders at all levels. More than 1,500 religious teachers has been paid by the government, and so on. Concerning to the halal matter, on July 29, 2016, the royal government of the Kingdom of Cambodia has established the Steering Halal Committee of Cambodia, SHCC. The Halal Specialist Group of Cambodia, comprised of the Highest Council for Islamic Religious Affairs Cambodia. As many years, this group has been trained by halal body, including Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Thailand, on halal matter. SHCC provides halal certification to many enterprises and industries. The specialist group also was trained, supported and accredited by the Department of Islamic Development Malaysia JAKIM and by the Central Islamic Council of Thailand SICOT. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my supporting this conference and share my ideas as following. The developed countries on halal affairs should help the countries that are starting halal affairs on technical aspect to strengthen their capacity to be able to establish a highly effective and credible halal institution. The proficiency countries in halal matters should be pursuing in collaborating and helping each other in the cause of Allah and Muslim Ummah to rapidly grow the halal production. All practical countries in halal should cooperate with Cambodia halal body to bring the Cambodian halal certification into the global and invite traders to invest in Cambodia in exporting the halal product from Cambodia to the global, as Cambodia has a lot of input resources. I hope that the conference will combine the trust on halal certificate from all consumers. Lastly, I would like to wish for the international conference on globalizing the trust in halal certification be accomplished and express my best wishes for your personal good health and happiness and great success in your endeavors, also avoiding the COVID-19 pandemic. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless His Excellency the Presidency all and all the participants. Thank you.
ทุกគ្នាកុំបីអថាឡើយសូមអរគុណ
Thank you, Excellency, for taking the time to make this video and sharing your views on halal certification, informing us of Cambodia's position in this regard and the importance of international cooperation in the field. With this, I would like to move on to the focus session on the human factor, qualifications of personnel working in the halal industry. Our first presentation will come from Mr. Erdem Başdemirci. Erdem Başdemirci is the head of Department for Accreditation at the Halal Accreditation Agency of Turkey. He received his bachelor's degree from Hacettepe University in Turkey and a master's degree from the University of Edinburgh in the United Kingdom. He took various roles as a foreign trade expert, and he also served as an advisor to the Minister of Economy. In 2019, he was appointed as the head of Department for Accreditation at the Halal Accreditation Agency of Turkey, where he continues to serve today. Mr. Erdem Başdemirci, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yavuz. Can you hear me? Is there any problem with my voice? Please let me know.
We can hear you clearly, thank you.
Okay, just a second. I'm trying to adjust my camera and the microphone, and then I'll share the screen. Okay, can everyone see Mr. Yavuz? Is there any problem?
Yes, we can see the presentation, thank you.
Okay, so let's move on. Again, good morning, everyone. Like Mr. Yavuz simply introduced, today for my session, no more than probably 30 minutes, I'll be basically talking about the human factor. How can we locate human factor within the activities of halal certification, halal accreditation, or even for halal service providers or halal food producers? So basically, I'll be talking about what sort of standardization activities took place within the field of halal factor, and how can different interested parties get benefits from this particular area of implementation. So speaking of the outline, I'll try to answer 4 basic questions. And the first one is basically, where can we locate the personnel competence within halal economy? And this is our first questions to which we shall seek answer. And then we shall move on to the area that how did it become a subject of standardization? Like I said, this area is recently standardized, and speaking of the international implementation, we can say that for Islamic countries, for members of STIMIC and OIC, there is actually an international standard for pertaining to the human factor. And I'll be talking about how this particular stage developed, how this stage simply unfolded. I'll be talking about some basic pillars, and going to the third question, basically it's like connected with each other. The third question is basically what sort of requirements are articulated through standards, and here I'll be basically talking about main pillars and general requirements about these standards, what sort of different requirements under different topics we can say that are regulated within the standards. And then lastly, as wrapping up of my entire presentation, I'll just summarize and underline what sort of concrete benefits can we as interested parties, accreditation bodies, certifiers, food producers, production facilities and service providers, all those interested parties, what sort of benefits can we derive for certification and accreditation, speaking of the human factor? And so the first question is basically, how can we map the importance of personnel within the entire halal economy? So speaking of the personnel, so we should have two separate perspectives. First one is especially for all those parties getting conformity assessment service, right? So on the first hand, we have production or producers of a product, or alternatively, we can have service maintainers, and also we can have also some third parties who are regularly implementing a management system. So on the one hand, we have actually those third parties, and these parties are basically getting services, conformity assessment services from a certain set of certifiers. And speaking of certifiers, for those certification bodies, they regularly conduct audits and make evaluations, and in the end, they make a decision so that they can identify a person or a product or a service is fully competent with international criteria or any normative standards. So on the one hand, we have certifiers, and on the other hand, we have basically third parties getting services, conformity assessment services for their management systems, for their services, for their products, etc. So the personnel competence, the human factor, becomes really much significantly important for all these different parties. And speaking a little bit in details for certifiers, we have a certification body, and for the certification body, of course, you expect this certifier to properly implement its organizational structure, all the committees, decision makers, all the personnel, top management, etc. So we expect that there should be a solid organizational structure residing within the certifier. And then, of course, this certification body has to be involved with some sort of operations. And speaking of the operations, speaking of with the terminology of international standards, that operations are basically testing, process testing, or inspections, basically, or simply outsourcing audits, field audits to some other external organization, etc. So operations are basically what, in the end, make up the entire halal or certification or conformity assessment scheme. And then you have information requirements. You expect the certifier to implement a really, transparent and efficient way of information management, information requirement, especially for speaking of the modern times, speaking of the necessity to explain your activities, your strategies, your policies to third parties in a much more effective and proper way. You have information management. And then, of course, as a certifier, you have process implementation defined within a certification or a conformity assessment scheme. You have processes, different processes, usually beginning from an application stage, and then going through different stages of online visits or virtual visits, etc., all different types of evaluations and assessments. And then in the end of your process within your scheme, you make a decision, and that as a certifier, you validate that this particular person or product or service is conformant with some normative criteria, right? And then, of course, you have management system, which was a more encompassing and more inclusive type of implementation area. Most of you, I'm quite sure that you are familiar with management system. Simply enhances your performance monitoring and enhances the general efficiency of your organization. And for all those different implementation areas, for all those different parameters, you need to have competent, impartial, and consistently acting resources. And when I say resources, usually the terminology is that not only human resource, right? And you have organizations, you have laboratories, you have inspection centers, etc. All those actually make up as a certifier, make up your resources. But today we'll be particularly talking about human resource, how human resource help facilitate the implementation of all those different areas. And speaking of the producers, of course, when you are producing a certain product, let's say a food product or a pharmaceuticals product or cosmetics, depending on the type. First, you have production requirements, technical specifications, and then speaking of halal conformity, you have religious requirements, which basically kind of are interwoven with production requirements, but they need to be separately considered and separately satisfied. And then you have national regulations. National regulations, most of the time, national regulations kind of match with production requirements. And we see that on sovereign level for most of the national regulations, like laws of communiques or other directives, speaking of EU countries, for example, national regulations from time to time actually regulate what sort of production requirements a producer has to abide with. And then depending on the type, depending on the international relation of that certain producer, you have global market needs, right, for your importers, for some other different markets, and market-driven requirements are actually really important for a producer as well. And then again, we're coming to the same situation. You need, as a producer, just like in the case of certifiers, you need to have a solid, competent, and consistently implementing resources, human resources. So resource management, human resource management is really important for every different interested party. And as a kind of summarizing all those related parties, on the one hand, we have like I said, the standard, the basic need is really significant. The human resource management has to be a topic of standardization, and then of course we're talking about CIMIC for implementing and publishing international standards for all Islamic countries who are actually members of OIC and CIMIC, and we have a abbreviated CCA, Committee on Standards for Conformity Assessment. And we know that under the activities of CCA, Committee on Standards and Conformity Assessment, there are like 6 standards published, number 2, number 3, number 33, number 34, 35, and 36. The last 4 of them are actually quite recently published, less than 1 year, but today we'll be basically talking about the standard number 34, which is basically, like the name suggests to you, it's basically articulating the general requirements for bodies operating certification towards persons, and those persons are involved in halal related activities. So this area is, like I said in the beginning of my presentation, human management for certifiers, or human management for any interested party who are actively involved in halal related activities have actually become a topic of standardization, and you can reach and understand and imply, if you wish, the OIC CIMIC standard 33. And what was the basic logic for developing such a standard? Because we know that speaking of human resources and human management in the entire industry, you know that there is, first of all, ever-increasing velocity of technological innovation, right? So depending on the type of the velocity and speed of the technological innovation, technological changes, we know that the human requirements, the basic requirements for any specific person who is implementing a specific task is constantly changing, right? So this is one factor that we need to, or some international organization, which for our case it is CIMIC, OIC CIMIC, found itself in a situation to develop a standards, particularly for the purpose of regulating human resource management. And this is not the end of the picture. We have more variations in education and training, especially on international level. When you think about that, different national regulations for human resource management, national regulations for education of persons, training of persons, you have a really huge variation, really huge difference between countries, and even within a country, under inter-country level, you can see a large variations in education and training. So this is again one another important, say, reasons to which kind of compelled OIC CIMIC to develop a standard particularly for this matter. And in the end, we have growing specializations of personnel in halal certification. You know, halal certification is basically not only limited with food production or giving a conformity certificate toward food products, right? You have pharmaceuticals, you have cosmetic products, you have even like textile products. We know that in really different areas, like you have management system, for example. This is one another area which is actually an object of halal certification. So for all these different types of activity, for all these different industry levels, which might become a topic of halal certification, you need to specifically identify and pin down what sort of requirements, what sort of specializations for persons has to be. Okay, so there is a growing specialization of personnel in halal certification industry, on par with the speed, on par with the velocity that halal certification industry itself is developing. Okay, so this is basically the three generic situations that OIC CIMIC found itself in a situation to develop a particular standard on this matter. So what does it aim? What does the standard aim? We can basically say two basic targets. The first one is, of course, as you imagine, to achieve and promote a globally accepted benchmark for bodies operating certification of persons. You have, through standardization, you have an international benchmark for developing schemes and certifying persons, etc. So this is the first aim that standards is actually aiming itself. And then secondly, of course, it's kind of a little bit related, to develop a certification scheme for persons in that area, okay? So what kind of overall gains would come of it? What gains would this particular standard can drive for all interested parties? So in general, we can say that first of all, it's basically a way of guaranteeing that these persons involved in halal certification activities or halal industry in general fulfill the requirements of certification. It's basically a way of identifying and verifying that all those persons actually complying with the specific. The first overall gain we can talk about. And then personally, I think it is one of the most important aspects of this standard. You have basically a globally accepted process of assessment and periodic reassessments of competence for the certified persons, right? So this is basically the outcome of every conformity assessment standard, right? Within the logic of conformity assessment, you have a scheme, and under the scheme, you develop different methodologies in order to assess, in order to audit, and do this on a periodic and a regular level. And considering and depending on the time of the conformity certificates coming out of this procedure, and you have also a procedure of reassessment. And then, so this is basically meaning that through standardization, you have an entire process in which you regularly and you constantly evaluate and validate the competence of a certified person. So this is the second gain that we can talk about. And thirdly is a little bit interrelated, more of an international perspective. This standard would simply put a basis for bodies that certify persons to gain recognition for being accepted or for being approved on national and international levels. So mutual recognition on international area is, again, really important implementation area we are coming across through standardization, through, like, remember the fact that increasing specialization for human resources on the previous slide. So for all these different countries, all these different regional level competence, through standardization, you have a unified, so that a unified standard, unified set of rules for personal requirements. And through those unified set of rules, you have simply the framework in order to establish mutual recognition on national, regional, and international level. And of course, you can simply say that this standard basically facilitate jobs in global halal market. It's global halal market simply because, just note This is the meaning of being an Islamic entity for the standards. And you have legal accountability for certification activities. This is basically saying that you cannot avoid taking responsibilities for any sort of certification actions, any sort of person, any sort of certificate which was granted or issued toward a particular person. You need to take the full legal accountability for the possible outcomes, possible future outcomes of any certification activity. And again, the certification body has to retain the authority, the sole authority for decision making. You cannot simply outsource the decision making mechanism. You cannot say that, well, I'm taking the decisions, except the ones for withdrawal, suspension, or scope extension. All those different sort of activities are included as decision making. So you need to retain the full authority for different levels of decision making. And managing the impartiality, like I said on the principal slide, management of impartiality, again, is a really significant area of implementation for certification bodies. The standard basically expects the certification bodies to define, address, and monitor, and where necessary, eliminate or minimize all related risks which would threaten the impartiality of your activities. And then you are expected to have a solid financial management in order to fully cover any possible adverse effects toward your clients, toward candidates, or any person which needs certificate from your organization. And summarizing the pillars of the standard, with this is a general slide, basically putting down the different topics of requirements. First of all, we have management system requirements, and then comes structural requirements. Again, resource requirements for human resource management, again, in the standard regulating human resource management. This standard itself has some requirements particularly designed for certifiers to maintain the competence of their personnel. And then you have record and information management requirements, certification schemes, development of certification schemes, and through this development, process requirements are, again, one another topic which was regulated under the standards. So management system, as you probably most of you are familiar with, management system, there are some core elements embedded in a regular management system. First of all, you're expected to document, make it like manual or some other documentation for your system. And under the system, you have to control your documents, your records. You have to implement management reviews and internal audits, which are basically giving each other inputs and outputs. For those who are familiar with this management system implementation, you know that internal audits kind of produce outputs for management review, and management review usually takes those outputs coming from internal audits as inputs and evaluates those inputs and makes some decisions, really important decisions pertaining to the strategies and policies of the organization. And depending on the decisions, depending on the outputs of the management review, you have to imply corrective actions or preventive actions depending on the type and nature of any non-conformity, right? So this is basically what standards says by management system requirements. And you have of your organization with trainings, and organizing trainings has to be conducted in a manner that all threats that might hinder your impartiality has to be tackled, has to be handled in an efficient way, and all your processes performed has to be independent from training, independent of training activities. And again, the certifier of persons are expected to put no explicit prerequisite when alternative trainings are existent. Okay, so this is basically what sort of relation a certifier has to implement when it comes to the implementation and development of trainings. And again, we have resource management requirements, resource management for certification bodies who are actually certifying persons. All examiners, all assessors, all different external bodies providing outsourced work, and including the physical stuff, including the examination sites, including the equipment, they need to be competent. Speaking of the personnel, speaking of the physical resources, the competence And performance monitoring and objectivity, basically being impartial, right? Objectivity is the evidence of impartiality. So for all those examiners, assessors, persons, or physical staff, which actually make up your resource in total, you need to ensure that all these parameters are actually taking place in a competent manner, and fully satisfying the objectivity requirements, and their performance are being monitored by your organization as well. And speaking of records and information, of course, records and information about like applicants, candidates who are seeking certificate from your organization, or already certified persons. In previous times you might have certified as sort of persons, you basically have records about all applicants, candidates, and certified persons. And of course, you have some documents and information about your certification scheme, description of your schemes, what is the scope of your scheme, what are, if there are any, the prerequisites about your scheme. So you need to handle the record and information in a secure manner. You need to keep all those information and documents in a secure manner. You need to treat them confidential. And for some specific information, for some specific records, you need to make them publicly open. So what the standard basically wants you to do is, like, in order to have a balance, right? So you need to for some perspective, you need to keep the confidentiality. You need to ensure that all your top management level, and all your technical staff, your decision makers are actually acting and treating any information, any record in a confidential manner. But at the same time, for some really important documentation or information, you need to make them publicly open. For example, certification scheme, right? The basic definition, basic scope and description of your certification scheme has to be publicly open. So as a certifier or person, you need to implement and sustain a balance between being confidential and making your information and document publicly open. And developing certification schemes, again, this is one of the basic generic requirements addressed in the standards. While you are developing a certification scheme for certifying person, you need to basically address the scope of certification, job and task descriptions, and required competence for any personnel you are planning to certify, okay? And where necessary, you need to clearly identify all the abilities, prerequisites, if there are any, and code of conduct in your certification scheme as well. And this scheme has to, in a way, by addressing all those different parameters, your scheme has to define criteria for certification, what sort of assessment methods you shall basically use, like oral examination, written examination, or performance-based examination, etc. You need to clearly define your assessment methods and surveillance methods as well, if you have any surveillance defined within your scheme. And again, you need to clearly define any criteria, any procedure pertaining to the actions of suspension, withdrawing, or scope change, etc. They need to be clearly addressed so that any person who would in a future time seek certificate from your organization, they need to know under what sort of conditions your organization should implement suspension or withdrawal, okay? And conditions for change in case you, like say, because of a standard change or because of a change in international criteria, if you find yourself in a situation to make any alterations toward your certification scheme, the conditions for making and implementing those alterations has to be defined in your scheme before making those alterations. And never forget to validate your certification scheme. Validation is probably one of the most important parts before implementing your certification scheme. You can see some EU documents, European accreditation documents as a certifier in order to validate your certification scheme. But nonetheless, regardless of any sort of methodology you are using for validating your certification scheme, please do not forget to take the opinions, take into account the expectations of interested parties in a balanced manner. Okay, so this is again one of the significant parts of the implementation of your certification scheme. And in the end, here is the implementation of certification scheme toward the person. First, you're taking the application from a person for being an auditor, for being an halal inspection chief, or for being, let's say, as an example, a halal production manager. First, you're taking the application, and then comes the assessments in order to fully check that if you have any prerequisites, whether this person is actually complying with the prerequisites in a complete manner or not, and then comes the examination. These examinations, like I was saying a couple of minutes ago, they might be written or oral or performance-based, depending on the type of the certification you shall implement. And then comes decision, whether you say, well, this person deserves to hold this particular conformity certificate or not. And depending on the decision, there comes the use of certificates, logos, and marks for the compatibility of a person toward a certainly defined set of criteria, and then before like a reasonable time before the end of the certificate, before the expiration date, you have recertification under the assumption that this person is still wants to hold that conformity certificate. And in order to sustain the credibility, depending on the nature of the development, as a certifier, you can basically implement suspension or scope change or withdrawal. These are all under your sole authority as processes which should be defined under your certification scheme. And again, do not forget to clearly address and define a procedure for the handling of appeals and complaints. And what standards basically expects you to do is that you need to simply document a process in which how your organization will receive and evaluate and take the final decision on appeals and complaints. This is again one of the important parts of implementing a certification scheme. And summing up my presentation, this is the last slide I was talking about. You remember on the beginning, I talked about the benefits of implementation of this standard for management of human resource in halal industry in general. So basically, we have certifiers, right? Certification of like food products, pharmaceutical products, or tourism services, or tourism facilities, etc. For all those different activities, all those different industries, we have certifiers, and under those certifiers, we have persons working on behalf of those organizations, working like inspectors or auditors or decision makers or evaluators, etc., for any different type of activity. And for competence of all those personnel, on the top, we have a public authority, basically accreditation body on our case, right? So common competence criteria and unity in implementation should bring concrete benefits for certifiers, for persons working on behalf of those certifiers, and accreditation bodies, so that the accreditation bodies to be sitting on the top, acting as a public authority, checking and validating and ensuring that all those persons are actually working as the related international standards expect them to act, right? So again, CIMIC standardization actually helps us implement this common competence criteria, and shall ensure the unity and implementation through its standardization in this particular matter. And in the end, we can fairly say that through the implementation of CIMIC standardization activities on the field of human management, we have trust and certification activities and trust in persons who are actually implementing any certification scheme. And then dramatically, you have certification, you have trust in the overall system for all interested parties, like producers, consumers, public authorities, all those different regulatory authorities who are on the market surveillance, etc. And in the end, you have trust in your system through human resource management. Thank you very much for sparing your time and listening to my presentation. Just let me know if you have any question, and if you need to know the implementation of standards, or if you need to know any particular issue about the requirements of the standard, feel free to send me an email. I'll do my best to answer your question. And again, thank you very much for your time, for sparing your time. Thank you.
Sebastian for this comprehensive presentation. Dear colleagues, as you have noticed, unfortunately we had a small technical issue during Mr. Sebastian's presentation. We had an issue with the connection, but that is fixed now. Thank you for your understanding. I would also like to note that all of these presentations, all of the recordings of these presentations made by speakers will be made available on the official YouTube channel of the Halal Accreditation Agency. So you will be able to watch these presentations again if you wish to. Also, all of the PowerPoint presentations will be available on the conference website and you can download it from there. So with this, I would like to invite Mr. Tulu from the Turkish Standards Institute for his presentation. Mr. Tulu graduated from the Middle East Technical University, Metal Engineering. He also has a master's degree in the same area. Mr. Tulu started working for the Turkish Standards Institute in 1993. He has comprehensive experience as an assessor and lead assessor for various quality management system standards, including but not limited to ISO 9001, ISO 14000, ISO 18001, ISO 50001, and ISO 31000 standards. He is currently the head of certification center at the Turkish Standards Institute. Mr. Tulu will now make a presentation titled 10 Years of Experience in the Halal Certification Sector, Lessons on Enhancing Personal Qualifications. Mr. Tulu, the floor is yours. Mr. Tulu is currently connecting. It seems that our connection problem still continues, so we would ask for your tolerance and a couple of more minutes to make sure that Mr. Tulu is online. Thank you for your understanding. Dear colleagues, we have secured connection for Mr. Tulu, and now I'm giving the floor to him for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me and you have the connection. Okay. First of all, I'd like to greet all the participants with respect. On behalf of my institution and on behalf of myself, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the selected audience. This is and I wish this conference to be a fruitful and beneficial one. As the Turkish Standards Institute, in the last 10 years, we have been working in the field of halal certification. We have undertaken halal certification activities in the last 10 years. When we started to do this 10 years ago, as an institute, we had an advantage. In the other fields, actually in different sectors, we have been working on certification and we have been working on system and product certification. So we have national and international accreditation in this respect. That's why we have started this with an advantage. It means that we didn't make start from scratch. We had 4,000 system certification, 20,000 product certification until that time. So our infrastructure was ready. That's why we were lucky. So our infrastructure and our experience was used in halal accreditation. We transferred our know-how in this respect, and starting from 2011, with the development of CIMIC standards, we have used the standards, and we have continued our certification activities accordingly. Actually, when we first started these activities in our country, the presence of religious affairs was the head institution in religious matters, and we had very good work that we cooperated, and we have taken the
So we work together with other organizations since then, and we are improving our cooperation. And as the former panelist stated, in fact, while we work on this issue, first we contacted all the personnel.
all of the personnel, all of the authorized people in this field should have the information about Islamic sensitivity, Islamic values, and what is halal, what is not halal. So we wanted to provide trainings on these topics. As Muslims, of course, we are aware of these values. We have the sensitivity for halal, for non-halal. But the thing is, in the certification activities, the approach and the inspection experts and auditors and the decision makers involved in the process had to have the same perspective. So at the beginning of the process, the Islamic values, the certification approach, concepts of halal, non-halal, those were the topics that we had recurrent trainings, so that our personnel was trained. These trainings were really famous in the institution. Our friends many times, our colleagues many times followed up these trainings, attended these trainings, and then came a little bit technical issues, which I will touch upon in the next slides. We continued our training activities. You can see OIC, CIMIC 1 and 4, and within Turkish standards, 550, TS 550, those were the topics for halal food certification, hygienic product certification, and cosmetics certification. To 240 companies, we have provided 591 certificates, halal certificates, and the grouping here was done in accordance with the ISO product groups based on 2223. For this reason, the number of companies is different from the number of certificates, because some companies have more than one certificate, since they carry a different line of products. In Turkey and in other countries, we have provided 591 active certificates to 241 companies. We have a directorate, actually, which is actually the center, and this is the organigram. Right now, we have critical personnel. We have a director, we have 9 technical staff, and 2 office personnel. The total number is 12. In this process, of course, we have also other people involved. How can we do this? I mean, with just 12 people, it's not possible to provide 591 certificates, but these are the people that we name as critical personnel. Within the Turkish Standards Institute and from outside, we have technical experts supporting us, as well as the Presidency of Religious Affairs. We have an Islamic experts pool that we have constituted with the cooperation with Presidency of Religious Affairs. The total number is 62, as you see. And we have 56 internal technical auditors. 10 of them are active, and the rest are are included in the are not included in the core personnel, but they attend the audits. Now, when we first initiated these activities, as I mentioned earlier, we signed a protocol with Presidency of Religious Affairs so that we can undertake mutual trainings and to have the presence of an Islamic expert in the audits that we undertake. And in the decision-making committee, the majority being in Turkish Standards Institute, the experts from Presidency of Religious Affairs were also invited to the decision-making body. So we concluded this protocol, and we have successfully enforced this until now, and we think it will continue like that because Presidency of Religious Affairs has contributed significantly to our efforts in this process. In Islamic issues, the trainings in Islamic issues, in all of the audits, there's definitely an Islamic expert who attended, and in the decision-making committee about Islamic issues, we have benefited from their valuable contribution. So they contributed significantly to this process. Of course, while raising the technical personnel, since there's accreditation in the other fields, and we have accreditation from Halal accreditation agency as well. But of course, at the beginning, accreditation has not started, and we did not have accreditation. But despite this, just like in the other areas, that we were accredited, we continued to work as if we were accredited. All our designs, all the setup, this was done accordingly, and this was done in accordance with the accreditation standards. Right now, at the end of this 10-year process, the point that we reached has given us very experienced and very reliable people with significant experience. These auditors are competent in terms of international standards, in technical areas, in accreditation areas, and our auditors are always provided with training. The communication between them is important. The following up international developments and communication with other certification agencies, this is also important. We value this very much. And while improving the auditor qualifications, we tried to conduct all our activities in accordance with the international standards. This is how we did our planning, and we continue to work in this manner. Primarily in the technical field, in the Islamic area, the trainings were completed, and then we provided technical training to our auditors. When we started Halal accreditation, we already had a system accreditation ready. Actually, we have provided this to 4,000, and we have provided 20,000 product certificates. So our auditors were aware of how to do this in terms of system, in terms of product. So those were designated auditors. It was easier for us to train them in the field of halal accreditation. After completing the trainings in Islamic area, especially in the field of ISO 22000, we realized other trainings. The food legislation in our country, there were also trainings in this respect. We updated these trainings. There were some amended regulations, so we have given trainings to them in this respect as well. And the efficiency of these trainings was continuously checked. We had tests, we had exams. We had another advantage at this point. As a certification agency, we already had personnel certification efforts. So we had a directorate which was in terms of quality and environment, it was accredited by TÜRKAK, the Turkish Accreditation Agency. Feyzullah Bey will talk about this in his speech. That's why I don't want to go in the details of that. So this infrastructure was helpful. We made use of it, and these trainings were successfully undertaken. While doing that, we also established an expert portal. This is an electronic platform with a perfect software. The individuals who are willing to be auditors apply to us by the help of this expert portal. The people registered in this portal also include the trainings that they have obtained under the roof of Turkish Standards Institute. The certificates, the exams, the scores, these are all electronically available for these individuals. So the certificates are also provided electronically. Their appointment, their evaluation, their assessment is also done in the electronic platform. This gives us the chance to follow up the auditor files and performances electronically. If there's a complaint, if there's an objection, we can follow this up electronically again. This really eases the situation, and it contributes to our performance. As you can imagine, we have 591 certificates provided to 240 companies. So we assign hundreds of auditors every year, and it's only possible to follow them up by the help of a perfectly working software. Actually, about certification of these halal accreditation experts, although we did not have accreditation at the beginning, we acted as if we were accredited, and we abode by the rules 100%, and we designated them, we appointed them accordingly. And we follow up the performance of the auditors by the help of different systems. The auditing team is audited internally. The auditing team is audited by the institution that has been subject to audit, and the auditing team submits the files to the decision-making committee, and if there are any complaints about the auditors' evaluation of these complaints. So we use different methods, and we use them all together so that we can carry out the performance evaluation, performance assessment. And we have sent surveys, questionnaires to the institutions. We received the feedbacks from them. If there are any rooms for improvement, then we have taken this into account in terms of communication techniques or other topics. About all these issues, we collected information, and if we had any additional needs, we enriched our trainings accordingly. In the last 10 years, of course, there were many developments. The standards have changed. ISO standards have changed. Our standards have been revised. For this reason, the updatedness of the auditors is also very important. The legislation is continuously changing. The approaches, they might change as well. So we have to keep up with the changing, amending standards and regulations. So we have to ensure the updatedness of our auditors as well. We follow up these so that we can understand the level of performance by our auditors. As I have mentioned at the onset of my speech, among our auditors, and we value share of experience very much. We also try to share experience with the other certification agencies. We had internal meetings for that. Before the pandemic, of course, those were face-to-face meetings. Then we continued with online meetings. This is something that I value very much. Our decision-making committee actually meets regularly every week, and on these days, actually, we try to keep our friends away from the field so that they could attend our meetings. Our 9 technical friends, colleagues, they participate to the decision-making committees so that they can understand what's happening about their files. They learn the questions asked to them by the decision makers, what happened in the other files. So in order to follow up the updatedness, actually these meetings are very important. So 9 technical personnel try to attend these meetings that are organized weekly. Unfortunately, during the COVID-19 period, we did not have face-to-face meetings, but the auditors at both national and international level tried to keep up with the developments and tried to share their experiences. As participants and as speakers, they have attended several national and international seminars. We tried to promote their efforts in this respect. We also have a very good functioning academic advisory board, which we established with the participation of Presidency of Religious Affairs. This committee, from time to time, convenes so that we can exchange information in technical areas, in Islamic areas, in fiqh areas. They provide us with their opinions. So if there are any points of hesitation, we try to discuss these, and the decisions that we render in this committee, we immediately forward these to our auditors. We sometimes revise our documents in accordance with the decisions that are rendered by that committee. All our experts has been involved in the working groups, in the discussions for drafting of CIMIC standards, so that they can share their own experiences and they can learn from the experiences of distinguished experts participating in the CIMIC meetings. This is another issue that we value very much. With several member countries of CIMIC, We have cooperation agreements, cooperation protocols. We have meetings, discussions, consultations. Why? Because sharing information, sharing experience, this is very important in this field so that we can have the same perspective and we can continue to work with the same perspective. According to us, the competency of the auditors, the impartiality of the auditors are very important. They have to be able to undertake risk analysis, just like the previous speaker mentioned. We have detailed risk analysis that we carried out about impartiality. Again, we have significant studies. As you see in the slide, this is about inspection techniques. The halal technique expert and certifier program. It can be relevant to 22,000 or product groups that have been identified under 2203. This is actually a training cycle. This is not only relevant to the certification infrastructure or the expert portal or communication or information sharing, but the trainings are relevant to product groups, to cosmetics, to hygienic products. So we have continuous trainings in all these areas. We try to ensure the updatedness of our auditors through continuous trainings. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to deal with 241 companies providing 591 certificates by the help of only 12 personnel. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for your participation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mesuduru, for this presentation. Our next speaker will be Mr. Feyzullah Erdoğan. Mr. Erdoğan has a bachelor's degree in chemistry and a master's degree in international quality management. He has been working for the Turkish Standards Institute since 1993. During his course of service, he worked in various roles, including as a technical expert, trainer, chief auditor, and manager. Mr. Erdoğan is currently the head of the Turkish Standards Institute's training department. He also continues to serve the Institute as a chief auditor for several quality management standards, including ISO 9001 and ISO 22000. He is also a lead assessor for the Turkish Accreditation Agency and a member of the General Council of the Vocational Qualifications Authority. Mr. Erdoğan, thank you for joining us today. The floor is yours. We will need another minute to have Mr. Erdoğan online. Thank you for your patience. Feyzullah Bey, sunumunuza başlayabilir.
Feyzullah Bey, you can begin your presentation. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my greetings to all of you. I would like to share my presentation. Yet, I think Mr. B needs to close his presentation first so that I can share my screen. Yes, you can see my screen now. I hope. Hello again. I would like to thank you for being with us today. Today I will talk about the example personal certification program for halal industry. And in this respect, I will talk about the Turkish Standards Institute's approach to this issue because our institute carries out personal certification activities for more than 20 years, and we carry out these activities to achieve and realize our services within the country, outside the country, and we aim to improve the quality infrastructure and to achieve unity in technical requirements, and also for the technical competent, ethical, committed to business, and also halal gıda or the halal certification foods. Because anyone who is involved in this process needs to be certified, and we aim to carry out these activities. In fact, since 2014, we have these activities in a systematic way. Of course, when our institute began these activities, there was no certification scheme which was approved by the regulating authorities when we began these activities. But as you know, as part of CIMIC 2, it was regulated, and those who are involved in this process, there are certain requirements, and all these requirements and also competencies are defined, and the training requirements are defined, and their competencies are regulated by the OIC CIMIC 2. Since these are general rules and requirements, the rules should be integrated into certification program, and the question is how they can be implemented, how they should be implemented. That was the need of that time. In this respect, we worked in line with the SMIC 2 standards and also for the halal accreditation activities, and we worked on the documents on the basis of these documents, and we with reference to these issues. In addition to these documents, we worked, of course, internationally accepted, recognized documents. And as a result of these activities, we began our activities back in 2014. We revised, updated the document so that it reflects the contemporary requirements, and it acts in line with the programs. Of course, I would like to remind some general points of the CIMIC too, because the Article 7.2 says the inspection and also certification activities must be, as you know very well, they must be Muslim, they must be technically competent and also ethically committed to Islamic business ethics. So technically competent means, and also ethically committed Islamic business ethics mean certain issues, and we developed a certification program, a certification scheme for this. That's what I would like to talk about today. And also as part of the CIMIC 2 standard, the Article 7213. The Halal certification body should determine the minimum relevant criteria for competency of the staff, taking into account Annex C, in order to ensure that the audit and certification are carried out effectively and uniformity. That means the staff must be competent, should have required knowledge and abilities and skills. They need to meet all these requirements, and they must act in unity, in harmony. That means they should apply the same criteria, they should apply the same principles. That is the requirement. So any staff who is involved in this process, be it a technical inspector, technical expert, they should have common criteria. And this criteria, of course, aim to realize the certification. And they should know what to do, and they should have certain skills and knowledge that they need to develop, improve. For example, the CIMIC standards, CIMIC Halal standards, the Halal standards and relevant documentations management system, product certification, or trainings on food safety management and other relevant management systems can be examples to this issue. Of course, the CIMIC standard also says those who are involved in halal inspection process, there are three main categories: technical auditor, technical expert, and Islamic issues expert. Today, I will focus on technical auditor and technical experts. As regards to the training, we have auditor training. This auditor training means the halal certification body should ensure that personnel who is performing the contract review are trained about the auditor process based on the guidelines presented ISO 19011 and other accepted halal auditor program. And they should be the personnel who are trained and also who knows the qualities. So what did we carry out? What were the activities that we carried out in that period? Of course, those who are involved in this halal process, it is the requirements. It's like the Turkish standards or similar organizations that issue the certifications. Those who are part of this, they need to act in line with the standards. Okay, when we look at the document itself, we see that there are requirements of the 17,024 standards, and these are the general requirements for personal certifying bodies. And also, this definition, this is defined within the scope of CIMIC 2. And also, this Halal Accreditation Agency established a personal certifying bodies, and there are some binding rules, and also Halal Accreditation Agency has also a guideline for the personal certifying bodies. Those who work in this Halal certification, there are certain rules that a company which would like to be part of it must comply. And these are the fundamental documents. Of course, in addition to these documents, there are some other materials that we use. We use the CIMIC standards and also Halal Accreditation Agency's guides. Of course, the guidance documents, and we refer to CIMIC standards, for example, the document 17,024 and other international accreditation documents like the 11 and also other relevant materials, and we use them as our reference. And we have a halal food technical auditor and also halal food technical expert. This is how we establish our program. When we look at the content of the program, we see that we have a methodology, because as in the case of all other management system, be it for the food or system programs or personnel certification scheme, first we need to create a working group that will work the preparatory phase of the process, and also establishment of a program committee. We, as the Turkish Standards Institute, we created the working group first, and this working group as my colleague Mr. Mesut Duru stated, we have benefited from our accumulation, our experience that we have accumulated in 10 years. And we appointed experts from the relevant units of our institute and also from other relevant departments, for example, from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, from the universities, and also other relevant bodies such as the Islamic authority institutions and bodies. For example, the Presidency of the Religious Affairs. And we created this working group. And this working group represents the general structure of the certification scheme. And also we appointed certain tasks to do working group and how to work, how to complete their activities, and which documents should be taken as reference, which documents should be considered. And we created this structure. Of course, this working group is not the only one, because we also established a program committee of which members were selected from the working group, and we had representatives from the universities, from other relevant bodies. Since it is related to food, we also work with the representative of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. In addition to this, we work with other experts from different universities, and we created a committee which works on this issue. And the basis of the committee and also the working group presented the outline of the program and the general framework of the program. When we look at the document, we see that the Halal Food Technical Auditor, Halal Food Technical Expert Personal Certification Program content is as follows: goal and scope, responsibilities, abbreviations and definitions, and implementation. And under the implementation, the resource for implementation, working places, and also their working sites, and also their conditions, the exam and certification process, decision-making process, and issuing documents, which I will go into detail soon, and also other relevant documentations. And we drafted this document. This is the general framework of our program. In a personal certification program, there are three main categories. The first one is the education requirement, because this education requirement is an element that all and any education part. The education, the other one is experience, the other one is also requirement, because all these parts are important and we define them according to the needs and requirements of the field that we are working, and so that we can provide this training to halal food auditors and also technical auditor, because education requirements is important for us so that we can act in line with CIMIC standards or also halal accreditation documents, because we drafted the requirements on the basis of the CIMIC and also halal accreditation agencies activities, and we aim to find out the criteria so that we need to respond. Since it is a program for food, we may change the title or the groupings according to countries, but we decided to accept applications from agricultural engineer, food engineer, veterinarians, chemical engineers, chemists, biologists, genetic engineer, molecular biologists, biochemists, fisheries engineers, etc. And anyone who is working in the food chain according to the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. Of course, it is a prerequisite.
This is a prerequisite, and so we are talking about the professions that are under these groups. This is in accordance with the CIMIC standards, and when we take a look at that under 7242, we see that graduates from higher school or equivalent are invited. So this was the same for us actually. We try to do the same. We try to include the same groups that could be under this category. So how will we how will we accept the application? For the candidates, actually, for the candidate inspectors, in order to apply as a prerequisite in the field of food, in the food sector, or in the food industry, 7-year experience of laboratory examination, product certification, or management experience was required. If such an experience exists, then this person can make an application as a candidate in this field. Other than that, for the experts, what will be the situation? For the experts, at least 10 years of experience was required. For the inspectors, for the candidate inspectors, the experience in the food sector should be 7 years. But of course, when we talk about this experience, it can be in laboratory or in production or in management or management system. So for the experts who worked in the same field, there is a requirement of 10-year experience. If they fulfill these conditions, then the candidate inspectors or can apply, or they can apply as experts. So what kind of trainings are required? First of all, the candidate inspector if the candidate inspector or the expert they are subject to training topics and training hours that have been identified before and which was published in the publication of Halal Accreditation Agency. In order to be compatible with this document that has been published by Halal Accreditation Agency, and in order to evaluate the expertise of the inspectors or candidate experts, we include the CIMIC standards 1, 6, 24, and 22,000 standard of international organizations, and we require them to have training in these at least 12 hours. Since inspector training is to be provided to these individuals as they will become inspector or candidate inspector, so that they can be included in the examination process, they should have at least training of 6 hours. These trainings can be provided from the relevant departments of Turkish Standards Institute, or they can take these trainings directly from CIMIC, because CIMIC organizes trainings periodically. They can also attend the trainings by Halal Accreditation Agency, or the relevant authorities might address certain trainings that are accepted. So what about the technical expert? What kind of training requirements do we have for the technical expert? CIMIC 1, 6, 24, and 4 hours of training on these. This is the requirement. But for the technical expert, there's also the requirement of other trainings in her field, because in the audits, the technical expert has to employ her technical knowledge in that field. The standard of 22,000 BCC standard, the legislation, these are the areas that the technical experts should be trained. What about experience for the candidate inspector? I have summarized the training requirements, but some further trainings might be required. For example, if there's an update on sectors of the halal food, they have to keep up with that. Or if there is an amendment in the legislation, they have to be aware of that. I mentioned earlier, actually, the job experience. This is actually the third pillar of what we are trying to do. For the applications, this is again a prerequisite. And for the candidates, for candidate inspectors, we do not require job experience. This is not a prerequisite. But of course, it changes when it comes to technical auditors and for auditors. If a person is willing to be a technical auditor, then there is the requirement of job experience, which is taken as a reference from Halal accreditation agencies documents, and 17 or 24 job experience requirements, and there are also further criteria. For the technical auditor, the job experience consists of two stages. One of them is technical experience. The second one is field experience. When we take a look at technical experience, in the last 3 years, food safety management system, product service process certification. In one of these areas, this person should have worked for 3 years. Similarly, as an inspector of third, second, or first level, has been involved in inspections or under the supervision of an head inspector, has concluded inspections in 3 different companies. It can be on a process. There should be at least 10-day experience in terms of inspection experience we are talking. When we take a look at the field experience, four years of job experience is required. And 2 years of it should be in the field that the inspector is required to work. For example, if it is about dairy of food or meat products, then for 2 years of these 4 years should be spent in a field related to meat. What kind of a job? For example, in meat products inspection, what will this be? Which activities? It can be food design, or the product design, or production, or all of it, or management, or training, or consultancy. The total year of experience required is 4, but in this specific area, this person needs to have 2 years experience. For the technical expert, it should be in the related area of expertise. In other words, in the inspections, what will be the expertise that this person will provide? If, for example, if we are using about an end product or a processed product, whatever the field is, 4 years of job experience is required. The scope of this 4-year job experience can be the product design or product production, or both of it, or training, or consultancy. These prerequisites are to be fulfilled by the candidates, and if they do so, then they can apply to the personal certification of the institute as technical experts of Halal accreditation. When they make their application, all the structure is evaluated. The education, field experience, trainings, the documents, the records will be evaluated by the related experts, and when competency is shown with evidence, these candidates will be subject to exams. These exams are internationally accepted exams. For example, TÜRKAK implements a general system, and European Quality Organization has the exams for management system inspectors. So the structure here was tried to be explained at the beginning of the presentation. By taking into account these documents, an exam will be carried out for technical inspectors of halal food, which has two stages, the written and oral exam, and you have to score 70 in some for these exams. The written exam consists of 25 multiple choice questions, and it lasts about 40 minutes. And has to score 60% of the written exam. For the oral, actually, we give case studies. We give 2 case studies to this person, and we want them to solve that in accordance with the standards. So the compliance, any kind of incompliance about the case, we want these to be analyzed, and we want the written solution of that. After that, for 10 minutes, we have a break, and then for 15 minutes, we want this person to explain us the solution of that case. His analysis capacity, body language, terminology of the standard, we check all these in the presentation of this individual. So we score the solution of the case and also the qualifications of this individual as an inspector. 40% is required from that oral examination. The questions, multiple choice questions, as mentioned earlier, 25 of them. Basic concepts and definitions of halal food, 5 questions. About CIMIC 1 standard, 5 questions. About CIMIC 6 standard, 2 questions. About CIMIC 24, 2 questions. About 22,000, 4 questions. About 19,011, about technical information, 4 questions. About legislation, 3 questions. In total, there are 25 questions, multiple choice questions, as mentioned earlier, that have been distributed in accordance with the relevant subjects. CIMIC 1 standard is asked in the case study. Now the scoring is subject to a certain method. In addition to that, you can also find a different method for yourself. For the candidates, the examination is different from the inspector's exam. Sorry, says a speaker. For the technical experts, the examination consists of 20 multiple choice questions, and the 50 minutes given. The multiple choice questions are for assessing the technical knowledge level of the candidate. Then the case studies, again, 2 of them, so 2 questions. This is relevant with the specialty of the individual. The candidate must score 70 out of 100. The process of the exam is outlined. The prerequisites: training, education, professional experience, field experience, job experience. If these are all fulfilled, these are the prerequisites. If these are fulfilled, we examine this person in terms of documents and records. And if they can prove their competency, they will be subject to the examination. So how do when we receive all these documents, we have this file or folder of that candidate, the exam papers, the application papers. These are all kept under Halal certification committee. The certification committee, if they think it is sufficient in technical terms, then this is forwarded to the personnel certification director. So, in accordance with the decision rendered by this committee, as the institute, we arrange this person's certificate as a technical inspector, as a technical expert, or and this certificate lasts for 3 years. The concepts are important here. The candidate inspector and technical inspector. How do you get transferred from a candidate inspector to technical inspector? What will be the requirements for that? In these 3 years under the certificate, depending on the job experience and depending on the technical experience, if you can fulfill these conditions with documents and with records, there will be an updating training of 8 hours, because there might be some changes in the standards, in the regulations, in the certification programs. So all these changes are introduced by the help of an 8-hour training to this individual. We also check the experience of this person in the last 3 years, and if they're all okay, we can certify. So the candidate can become a technical inspector. At the end of the validity of the certificate, let's assume that 3-year period has ended. Within 12 months, this person can fulfill these conditions, and the candidate inspector can turn into a technical inspector. A similar condition is valid for the expert. The technical expert can renew the certificate. In renewal of the certificate, for the technical expert, if the conditions are fulfilled, and if there is no problem in terms of technical competency, and if this person continues to work as required and has not stopped working in the field, then there is no prerequisite for the renewal of certificate for the technical expert. But for the technical inspector, after the end of renewal period for the certificate, in order to renew the certificate, there should be an audit of 10 days per man. the legal requirements and technical updates must be followed up. And in order to do that, they should have a preliminary training of 8 hours. In general, this is the outline of the requirements. Among the participants, if there are anyone willing to get more information, or I will be at their service, I can provide them information through HAK or through CIMIC, or we can cooperate in this area, and we can share experience with you. In this program, we have documents and structure that we use, but of course, I will not be able to explain it in such a limited time. A personal certification structure and the technical expert in the field of halal are undertaken in the manner that I have described in Turkish Standards Institute. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you very much for your attention. Greetings.
Dear colleagues, we will now give a lunch break, and at 2 p.m. today, we will begin the final session of the conference, and we hope to see you again at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Ses görüntü kontrol yapmamız mümkün mü acaba? Sesim geliyor mu?
Geliyor hocam.
Tamamdır. Merhaba Seracettin Hocam.
Valla nasılsınız, iyisiniz?
Çok şükür hocam. Siz nasılsınız? Hayırlı olsun hocam.
Melih Bey merhaba, beni duyuyor musunuz? Ses denemesi. Ses denemesi 1 2 3. Ses 1 2 3. Ses 1 2 3. Welcome back to the conference on Globalizing the Trust in Halal Certification. This afternoon, the conference will tackle a very interesting topic. The following session will be on technology and blockchain in particular. I would like to announce a small adjustment to the program. The first presentation will be made by Mr. Melih Turan from the Department of Financial Strategies and Analysis. Ms. Diana Sabrain will make the second presentation. So, Mr. Melih Turan is the FinTech Project Director at the Financial Strategies and Analysis Department of the Finance Office of the Presidency of Turkey. He has a bachelor's degree from Bilkent University, and he also studied at the Burgundy School of Business and Management. He is currently a PhD candidate focusing his studies on political economy of the Middle East. In his career, Mr. Turan also held several senior roles in financial technology and banking sectors, both in Turkey and abroad. Mr. Turan's presentation carries the title, Exploring the Role of Islamic Fintechs for Halal Industry. Mr. Turan, the floor is yours.
Öncelikle
First of all, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation. I hope you can see my screen. I would like to extend my greetings to you. My name is Melih Turan. I am working as a project director in the Finance Office and Financial Strategies and Analysis Department. I am a project director. I will talk about exploring the role of Islamic fintechs and fintechs for halal industry, how we can deal with this issue from the Islamic perspective. That's my presentation. But before that, I will talk about fintech and what is the financial technologies for us, and I will have a brief introduction. Then I will move to the main topic of my presentation and what will be our key issues, and I will also talk about how we can use them. It is an exploration, and also I will talk about consultative issues. I will talk about fintechs first, and then Islamic fintechs, and the Islamic fintechs for halal industry, what kind of solutions it will be. That is the content. As regards to the financial technologies, before that I will talk about the fintech and the participation in finance. We have Istanbul Finance Center, which we established as the finance office, and its structure, organization, its legislation, and also we are responsible for the promotion of finance center in other countries at the international level. And we are trying to make it a center for two aspects. The first one is financial technologies, and the other one is participation finance or Islamic finance. And when we talk about Islamic financial technologies, it refers to two issues. The first one, of course, when we talk about the conventional Islamic finance, it has a position, but it focuses on the financial technologies and participation finance. In this respect, our country has main strategies, and this is our priorities and plans as the finance office. And we have the national fintech strategy, and we also will create a techno park within the center, and it will work physically there, and also it will be an online technology, finance technology, and it's a platform for these activities and purposes, and it will provide support to people and entrepreneurs from a conventional perspective or from a technological perspective and innovative perspective. And this is the structure that we are working in this respect, national fintech strategy, and there are several other issues that will emerge from the national fintech strategy, and we will have a coordination committee, and we will also have a regulatory experiment area. That's what we are working on, and I will talk about this body. And of course, there are some reports, some guides, and also some other issues like training, investment tours, and some other activities will be part of our main activities. So it will be a regional hub for finance and technology, and it will be Istanbul and then Turkey. This is our objective. Of course, it is not a new concept to Turkey because the term financial technology is in use for 20 years. As you may remember, the Ziraat Bankası and Akbank created this issue. There is a company called Fintech AŞ, and then it was completely owned by the Ziraat Bank. And Fintech concept is not something new to us, and it is a concept that we are familiar with the banking sector, and we know it for 70s and from the 90s, from the 80s, because it was the first period, since banks are the key players at that time, and it has a long history, almost 40 years, and it is same in Europe, in the region, and we as Turkey are a leading and pioneering actor in this respect in terms of the financial projects and also financial projects. So we have this type of projects and activities. But what is the fintech? What should we understand from this? And before moving to concrete examples, this is the definition. It is a company which is used by the Turkish Linguistic Institute. So it is a company or product that provides financial services via digital technologies using innovative, complementary, and accelerating business models. That means we provide these services in that way. Any company, any product that works for these purposes. Of course, these are services for years, and all these services either innovative, complementary, or accelerating business models. And as regards to some concrete examples, as you see, it is a website of any bank. And when you look at the website, as you see, there are many services provided at the bank. And the financial sectors provide a vertical space. That means most of these services are focusing on that vertical space, on investment, on insurance, and in some cases it is complementary, in some cases it is innovative methods, and also in some cases it is accelerating because it aims to accelerate the banking services. The Turkish fintech ecosystem, so when we put the fintechs at the center, which is based on the banking services, and there are several stakeholders that we need to refer. For example, the financial institutions and incumbent financial institutions, there are regulatories, the related institutions, universities, international stakeholders, and also human capital, technology, and infrastructure users, investors are also part of this ecosystem. Of course, our country has its national fintech developments and also openings. We have this type of activities, and when we put fintechs at the center, then we need to pay attention to other stakeholders. And as regards to the financial technological development, currently we have more than 400 fintech entrepreneurs, especially in 2017 became more prominent, and in the past it was 40 US dollars, and then again it gained more space, and there was an increasing trend, and there were more entrepreneurs and initiatives in this respect. Of course, the financial technologies are observed in the following categories, and it is the banking systems and banks and insurance companies, etc. We have these type of technologies in Turkey, and of course these technologies are also exported to other countries. There are about 30 subcategories, and Turkey is making a considerable progress in this respect. It is regulated in Turkey. There is a regulation and legislation in Turkey, and any activity that is not subjected to legislation will be subject to the legislation in the future, because Turkey is working very hard to cover all these issues, to cooperate with the relevant international institutions. When we look at the details in Turkey, we have this international money transfer, we have some financing companies, digital banking, this insurance, etc. These are the biggest financial technological examples. And as for the value, we see that the volume has reached an important level, because some other companies have more volume than banks. And for example, JP Morgan, for example, all 131 global fintech unicorns are worth more than 1 million JP Morgan Chase. And when we look at their companies, JP Morgan is smaller than this. That means banks or other well-established financial institutions, companies which use these fintechs, are making more progress, and they already created a considerable sector. And open banking is important, and it means, for example, we as a customer, when we open a bank account there, we benefit from the service of this bank only. But if it's an open banking, then we have this API programs, and then you can also benefit from third-party services, not in terms of data, but it opens doors to data, and we can call it an ecological system. And in order to make it more concrete in the coming months, in the coming years, for individual customers, for example, you have bank accounts, credit cards of 5 banks, or you can have investment accounts in 5 banks, and you can control all of them in one application. Of course, you need your full consent. There are some applications already, but not for individuals. It's mainly for SMEs, for commercial purposes like open insurance, open finance, and open banking. So it is important for the halal market, halal industry. As for the financial technologies, how they are growing in this respect, these financial technology companies do not say I can do everything, but they say I can do the best. And then they cooperate with other companies, other institutions, to provide these services. For example, there's this digital wallet, and then there's investments, and also investment, insurance, etc. And we have this API, which I already mentioned, that enables people to use their accounts from different banks through one application, and they can provide these issues. As regards to the Islamic fintechs, what should we understand from these Islamic fintechs? Because we have these conventional Islamic technologies or banking fintechs. They need to provide the infrastructure to banks, and of course it was needed for the Islamic banks as well. When the first Islamic information and technologies in Kuwait back in 1981, and then this path solutions in 1992. But we have several other practices and applications in Turkey for Islamic finance technologies, and these tax provided the infrastructure to the banking services. And when we look at the current situation comparing to the overall sector, it refers to a smaller space, but currently we have more than 200 Islamic finance technologies, and some of them are working in a conventional way, some of them are serving to accelerate the services. But we are talking about 250 fintech companies or entrepreneurs. And when we look at the details of them, there are several products, of course. Some of them are applicable to all markets, and we have this. There are many entrepreneurships, for example, Wahid, in terms of halal investment, or there are this blockchain for $40, or as for the payment, there are some other services, and these are some other entrepreneurships, and of course crowdfunding, alternative finance, and social finance for zakat, sadaqah, or donations. These are some of the models, and also new and digital banks. These are digital banks or environmental bankings, and these are challenging the conventional banking systems. And we know that there are some entrepreneurships and companies already in Turkey. And in Turkey, the situation is as follows. Currently, the participation banking is dominating the area because the capital, individual or private or public capital, as you see, the banks which are in red framework and red frame, you see that these are the entrepreneurs that work in this field. And as regards to the ecosystems, the companies that are accelerating process or technology companies, the investments portfolio systems are also being established. As for the Islamic fintechs for halal industry, the issue is halal money for halal food. Of course, there are some issues, and these are only recommendations or suggestions that we need to think and we need to reflect. For example, when we talk about halal food, it is an issue that we should have halal money first so that we can buy halal food. When we look at the issue, the management of money, is it possible that we can have halal money? And because there is also a concept of managing halal money. In the past, people were keeping their money in safe, and now they transfer these monies to banks or some other companies, and they do not physically keep money at home or in safe. And there is also virtual money, which is gaining more and more space. As in the case of several other companies, there are some relatively private bankings. That means you give your money to a bank, and then the bank has authority to generate money, to produce money. If you, for example, give 10 lira to a bank, some of them, some part is sent to the central bank, then that generates money, and that means they can be used for loans purposes. That means these fintechs, especially Islamic fintechs, can serve to clients in this category, because in this financial system, in this money management system, and also individual money management system, if it is managed in a halal manner, then of course companies which work for the interests, then there is a new opening and there is a new area to explore, because this is the key issue, because then you can be sure that your money is managed in a halal way. The other issue is Islamic finance technologies, these blockchains, also record systems and all other systems. This supply chain, halal value chain is important, because the Islamic finance technologies are important. We can create this halal value chain from beginning to the end, and it will assure us that it is possible to have the halal management of your money. Of course, it is not completely satisfactory, because we need to get more details and documentation, and it is not technically possible. But if there is a technical competition, then it will be transparent to everyone. This is the only way, because this blockchain infrastructure can be used, or other fintech technologies. And also, as for the financial technologies or other entrepreneurships, there is this super app. What does it mean? Because we may use it. You may use this application already, so you know, for example, that you download an application for transport, but it also enables you to order food, also to get some other markets. So while you think that you use an application for banking services, then you realize that there are some other services provided that application. So there are different cooperation opportunities, and it's not only for the companies, but also some other users have also right to say, also have a space, and this is why we call it super app, because it is not limited to the sole purpose of the application. It provides complementary services as well, and you still can be sure by using this super app the halal management of the system. So we can design this halal super app for central finance technologies, and we can use this fintech. You can manage your money on the basis of halal system, and also you can benefit from other services. For example, like halal tourism reservation can be done over this app. Another issue is this tokenization, which is the globalizing trust, which is part of the blockchain, because the key issue of this conference is trust. This tokenization, which is a new concept, because this tokenization is a concept that needs to be used for halal certification on the product. You can use QR codes, for example, and for example, if there is a QR code, you can check, for example, its validity of the halal certificate, and you can get these type of details through an application. Of course, it serves to you in a way that goes beyond reading the QR code only, because manipulation is still possible, but tokenization and this blockchain, you can see that it is more transparent, and you will see that it is not possible to change it over that. Even, for example, when the certificate expires, then the client, the customer, will easily notice that it is expired only. And when we look at the globalizing trust, it is important for the certification in terms of transparency and also decentralization, because yes, okay, let's say that it is relatively decentralized, because we can connect it to halal chain, and we can use it from end to end. And we also talk about this regulatory sandbox for halal apps, and especially this Islamic finance tax. We can use it. It will be an area for regulatory purposes. What does it mean for us? And there is one issue, and you are unable to find it in the legislation, and you want to take an initiative, you want to be an entrepreneur in this area, and then the regulatory bodies may impose an administrative fine on you if there is no act, because it is possible, or it is likely, that you may act in a way that is contrary to legislation, but you may not be aware of what is the acceptable, what is the unacceptable. So you can, in order to eliminate such problems, in order to act in a coordinated way, with authorities, you can use this service. And if you can't find the provision for your activities, you approach the authorities and then explain your projects, and then you check how you can solve it, how you can overcome this difficulty. And this process is the regulatory experimental area, and it is tested in our center, Istanbul Finance Center. And if it is noticed that there is no contradictory action to the legislation, then you will be authorized to act, and then you can make it public so that you will be free from administrative fines, and it will also add more credibility or activity that your initiative, your entrepreneurship passed the test, and then it is secure to use. So these halal super apps or some other halal apps, you can use them in that area. So when we look at the 4 financial categories, the role of Islamic fintech for halal industry, we have this. The first one is halal money, of course, the management of halal money. There are several opportunities. In addition to banking sector, you can explore this new path. Tokenization is another application for the documentation purposes, and also for supply chain in this halal values. And of course, this tokenization that we are talking about now is possible to develop more thanks to the development, and also there is a constant reduce in cost, and also there are some super apps, and also supply chain. It might be a main player or a supplementary apps. So I would like to thank you for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Turan, for this presentation. Our next speaker will be Ms. Diana Sabrain. Ms. Sabrain is the CEO of OneAgrix, and she's known as an authority figure on topics of global trade, geoeconomics, and technology, with focus on solving challenges related to the agri-food and halal food supply chains, food security, and food safety. She has considerable experience in cross-border trade, including payments, regulations, and logistics. She is also an established deal maker and an influencer with connections to world leaders in the field of business, government, academia, and civil society. Without delay, I would like to give her the floor. Ms. Sabrain will speak about leveraging blockchain with IoT technologies, restructuring the conventional way of managing the global health industry. Ms. Sabrain, thank you for being with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Korkut. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's a pleasure being here at the Hague International Conference. So what I'll do now is I'll share screen, and then I'll begin to share some insights. So just let me... Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we
can. Okay, so yes. So thank you everyone for tuning in. So today we will be discussing about utilizing technology to cultivate trust in the halal industry. Can blockchain be the medium of trust? Now today what I'll share about is how we can all collaboratively leverage blockchain and IoT technologies and restructure the conventional way of managing integrity in a global industry. So before I go further, I would like to say that OneAgrix, our role here is not as an accreditation body, neither are we a halal certification body. What we are a digital trade ecosystem where we facilitate trade. We give halal manufacturers and agricultural farmers, commercial farmers, new access to market and to realize that $2.5 trillion potential in the halal sector. Now, so what role will blockchain play in digitalization of the global halal industry? Now, we hear a lot about blockchain, right? So everyone in the sector across different stakeholders keep saying, oh, blockchain, can we solve fraudulent issues? And I'm speaking in the perspective of food. Can we do so? Can blockchain be the solution? The thing is, yes, blockchain is one of the solution, But we need to understand that it is not the end-all and be-all solution to solve fraudulent activities and increasing trust and transparency in halal. So digitization and digitalization of the halal economy is converging of all its services, industries, technologies, regulatory systems, and also business models. So what we are saying here is there needs to be a more holistic ecosystem approach, and it's not just one ecosystem. We are talking about ecosystem communicating with other ecosystems as well. And in my slides later, I will talk about how we do that in a technical perspective. Now, on day one yesterday, I listened to His Excellency Iksan Ovud, and he spoke about, this sector, and there needs to be a more collaborative effort and less on monopolistic mindset. And that is true, especially so when we are talking about serving 2 billion people that are consuming halal food products. So this is So basically what we do at One Agrix here is we look at the trade, halal trade and agricultural trade in a more cohesive and holistic manner. But we realize that, yes, there are halal producers in the world, there are agricultural producers in the world right now, but the data is scattered and it's fragmented, and there's also lack of standards. And this is where I believe the HAC and CIMIC is doing a good job encouraging member states to adopt a certain standard, especially in halal certification. Because you see, if you look at the OIC countries, you look at huge population, huge agricultural and food sector, but you also see where it is very difficult for them to cross-border trade. Because why? Because there's lack of standards, there's lack of equivalency across the globe when it comes to standards. So for One Agrix as a digital trade platform, we give them solutions in the sense that it's not just a marketplace, you can trade, but then what comes next, right? We'll talk about transparency. And this is where blockchain comes into play. This is where DNA traceability comes into play, and where technology meets with science. There's no point having technology if you cannot be cohesive in trade. So this is also what we've been doing, and we've been putting it into practice. And also just to show a bit about how we integrate blockchain, right? So, okay, so over here is very technical. So I want to go through this slide on how we collaborate with Origin Trail to create a use case. So in 2019, we created a use case where Perudnina Patui, Eastern European halal certified poultry group, actually saved their certificates on the blockchain, and then we verify it with the certifier. And so that certifier is protected in its brand recognition, meaning we uphold the integrity of halal via the certification body. We uphold and brand protect the suppliers, the manufacturers who has, obviously invested in halal certification. And then we save those data, and then those data is being, shown in my next slide. I'll show you. This is what you realize. So now, if you look at COVID-19, it has accelerated e-commerce, right? But then, it's always about B2C, about direct to consumers, and how about B2B then? How about B2B, B2G trade, where we talk about food security, where we talk about supermarkets needing food from all over the world and diversifying their food sources. So this is where we realize that if we do not go digital in terms of data sharing, we will lose out as an economy. That's one. Secondly, the increase of fraud, data fraud is very high. So a few years ago, we hear of ISO certificate fraud that's happening. Millions of dollars are being lost, and a lot of companies suffered. So One Agrix did this in 2019 with Perudnina Patui. So in an e-commerce environment, B2B buyers, procurement officers, they can check the integrity of the certificate. They know, okay, 99.99% is encrypted. It cannot be counterfeited. So it does two things here, right? As a halal certification body, as a accreditation body, you protect your brand. In this case, we have HAC here. You protect HAC, you protect whatever certification body that all of you here are representing. Then in the same time, it protects the entire trust and transparency in global halal trade. Because now you're looking at halal trade as an equivalent point of view where Okay, so data is being saved on the blockchain. It is backed by GS1 standards, which I will talk about why this is important. And you're looking here at the support from everyone, multi-stakeholder support in Halal to realize that $2.5 billion trade. So obviously, first step, you're looking at, okay, we have saved those data. We have all the Halal certificate is on good standards. But then what's the next step? Now, people are looking at, obviously, food security and looking at B2B trade. Okay, now, so a lot of, I'm very excited to share this actually, because this has been, something which Origin Trail, which is EU Commission backed, which is also backed by, the world's big food companies and government entities on this NOS system that we're using with Origin Trail. So when people talk about blockchain and we speak to a lot of Halal stakeholders for the last few years, they say, is it complicated? Our current system, would it be able to be integrated easily? The thing is, the answer is yes. And this is the dashboard. So I'm showing this for the first time. We have already big companies using it, including Nestle as well, where we save their Halal certificate on this dashboard. It's GS1 standard. You save it on the blockchain, and then previously on my slide, I show how is it being seen as a B2B buyer when you go in an e-commerce environment. So as you can see, it's actually a very simple dashboard, and it is, I dare say, that is as easy as uploading and attaching a document. So anyway, this is not talking about how it works. This presentation is basically to encourage Halal certifiers and suppliers in the world to say that, hey, the technology has arrived. It is affordable. It doesn't cost thousands and thousands of dollars. You'd be surprised that with a partnership with a UN and WTO mandate with International Trade Center, the reason why we have that strategic partnership was because of this, right? Because we are looking at technology being used for tech for good. We are using it to leverage help the emerging economies, and this includes the OIC countries as well. And I will also share with you going further that this is not just talk. The technology has arrived in a consortium perspective. It's about collaborating. And we have actually done a lot of groundwork with some of the member states as well. Okay, so in 2019, One Agrix was being mentioned in this ComSec report as one of the solution for food provenance. And what it basically, after this report, what we did was we accelerated the growth of that as well. So what we did was, this was the initiative that was being born out of that. So let me go through slowly. Okay, so one of the member states, Indonesia, we have a partnership via 2G2E, which is supported by Bank Indonesia. So what it does is we actually use that dashboard that I've shown all of you just now, where we help the manufacturers, the farmers, we help the SMEs, which is small, medium enterprises, upload that data into the blockchain, save those data they have. For example, Halal certification data. It can be export trade data, like just now, the speaker before talked about regulatory requirement, and in cross-border trade, import, export, labeling laws are different. And so this is where we save those certificates, and then we give access in an e-commerce environment for B2B buyers to trade. So that is our initiative with Bank Indonesia. Now, going above, Nestle has now is an official supporter of One Agrix in the sense that they have uploaded and shown their products. And we started with Nestle Malaysia, and then we will expand it to other FMCG companies. We have Unilever Africa on our platform as well, and other players as well who's seeing right now that small and big players can be on a digital trade platform, can harness the power of data affordably on the blockchain, and they're able to help economic empower. So it's also about the UN SDG, where you are talking about when you buy from countries in the OIC countries, when you buy from small and big brands and support smallholder farmers as well and buy in bulk, you're actually helping them with SDG 1, zero poverty. You're also helping with economic empowerment. We're also helping women who make up a lot of the agricultural trade in the OIC countries. And so this is an effort where blockchain and IoT technologies and digital platforms, with the help and support of international organizations and accreditation bodies like HAC, like CIMIC. And this is where we need to come together and push and support the OIC member states. And also, of course, right, last year at World Halal Summit, they talk about halal for everyone, halal for all. It is true, because at the end of the day, 1/4 of the world's population, no one company can solve this issue. It has to be a collaborative effort. So going further here, so we have Nigeria as one of the initiative, and as you know, Nigeria is part of the OIC member state as well. So it's called the Nigeria Fits the World Initiative, where it is supported by the President of Nigeria himself, supported by Nigeria Governors Forum, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where we are trying to push manufacturers from Nigeria to go halal. Halal certification is one, to get halal certified by with a good halal standard. Second, push the agricultural farmers to start trading, in bulk regionally and in cross-border. So this is the few projects that One Agrics have been doing, and we definitely have gone. And the purpose of sharing this is to actually show all of you here that the technology is already here. We need more collaboration with all of you to actually come on board, and in your local ecosystems to do capacity building, to adopt good standards, and to also at the same time give market access. So this is some of the things that I wanted to actually discuss about, where it is really important for digitalization and digitization to happen. And it's a journey. It is something which is going to take time, but we have to start now. So this is how we see blockchain and technology being used going forward. And I do hope that all of you here could also participate in this, because truly it is a consortium effort. It is an effort from a public-private partnership. It cannot be something which is just solely on one country or one organization. It's like what Zafir mentioned, Chairman Zafir mentioned yesterday as well. It is something which is a unified approach that we should be doing. So this is what I have right now, and I'm familiar that a lot of speakers have spoke much longer than this. I thought I was given 15 minutes, so I prepared only this. But absolutely happy to take any questions after this. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Sabrain, for your presentation. We will move on to the next speaker and maybe collect questions afterwards, if it is okay with you.
Yeah.
So our next speaker will be Mr. Serajettin Yıldız. Mr. Serajettin Yıldız has a bachelor's degree from Ankara, the Faculty of Theology, and a master's degree from Istanbul University, Department for Islamic Law.
Oh.
He worked as an imam hatib in various cities, as well as a manager at various levels in the private sector. In 2013, Mr. Yıldız began working for the High Council for Religious Affairs. His expertise was on the evaluation of credit cards from a fiqh perspective. Mr. Yıldız has written papers for various journals, and his specialty fields are banking, insurance, interest, fintech, and money. In his presentation, Mr. Yıldız will speak about the use of blockchain technology in the Halal certification system as an enabler of trust. Mr. Yıldız, the floor is yours.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you so much. I'd like to greet all of you with respect, and starting with Korkut Bey, I would like to thank the organizers because this is a quite significant topic to discuss. My presentation will not be a technical one, actually. This is something relevant with the theological aspects, under Muslim thinking. I will focus on the blockchain. Of course, I will include the trust element. As I mentioned earlier, this is not a technical presentation that I will share with you. Blockchain is the recent development introduced by technology. What does it mean Islam, what is the situation in Islamic principles with regard to blockchain, because this blockchain occurred together with crypto money, and about crypto currency. The fatwa councils, scientists, people dealing with Islamic laws, Islamic rules, have a negative approach. For this reason, does it also include blockchain? Might be the idea that we have in mind. Today, we will only deal with the blockchain technology. How is it located in Islam? We are going to deal with this. The title of the conference is actually Globalization of Trust. So Islam and trust, what is the situation? We are going to first focus on that. Now, when we take a look at Islam, first you have to have belief. And when we look at belief, how is it described? Belief is approval with the feeling of trust. So at the center, we see the heart. The heart should have trust. This is something that we have under the concept of belief. If we do not have this trust, if we do not have it fully, then the individual is not accepted as a full Muslim. And when we take a look at the prayer in Quran, in the surah, it is stated that in the time of the Prophet, Bedouis in the desert have believed in the Prophet, but in the continuation they were challenged with their belief. They were told that they just had the physical looks for that belief, but that belief was not in their heart. For this reason, the trust was not formed. Here, the use of this concept mu'min, a believer in Islam, when it is used for Muslims or for human beings, we understand that people trusting in God, trusting in the teachings, in the prayers of God. And there's another side actually used, which is a person who is trusted. So we are the people who trust, and God is actually the trusted one. So at the first stage, the concept of trust, which we can name as iman, as belief, this is a concept that we have at the first place. This is a must in order to have belief. Now, when we take a look at this concept of trust, we can discuss this with regard to the prophets who acted as messengers of God, of Allah. So the concept of trust is at a significant place considering the prophets. The people who lived in the time of Prophet checked the reliability of the information provided by the Prophet. And if they relied on that, they only after that trusted that he was the Prophet. So one of the basic characteristics of being the Prophet was being reliable. When we check Prophet Muhammad, at that time he was named as Al-Amin, which can be translated as reliable person. So even before his prophecy, Muhammad was known to be a reliable person. People vested their goods with him, the jewels with him. Even after his becoming prophet, people who didn't have that belief brought their goods to him again because they knew that he was reliable, they knew that he was trustworthy. So he was kind of a banking institution. So he was at a higher level in terms of reliability, in terms of trustworthiness. About the Quran, and when we take a look at certain verses, as known, Quran was sent to us by the God. So this source of information is named as Quran. When we take a look at the process, there are certain concepts that are used. The prophets, for example, the messages of God transferred to people. These prophets are reliable and people trust them. So what about the message of God, and what about the Quran? There are certain concepts pertaining to that. What are these? Protection, mahfuz. This is something that we have. Kitabil Meknun. Meknun is another concept. What does it mean? This book, this source of information that you have has been protected, has been kept, and by the help of Gabriel, a reliable angel, this was transferred to the prophet. These prophets are reliable as well. So this is not for the and afterwards as well, it is also protected. This Quran will be protected. For example, this is one of the verses in Quran. Again, as a concept, this information, this verse is under protection. Therefore, what we can easily say is the religion of Islam targeted to build a community of reliable individuals and wanted to establish the reliability of information sources. In Quran, in the Holy Quran, there are certain concepts like the protection of Quran and future protection of Holy Quran. So those were stated. So what did the Muslims do in this process in order to secure information? What did they use? First of all, the verse itself was written by the Prophet at the time of the Prophet, and it did not stay in writing. The Hafiz, the individuals who memorize Quran from the beginning till the end, who record Quran in their minds, still exist, and this institution has kept the records in writing and through memorizing. Right now, we still have these practices. This is actually the major system for the protection of Quran that was established by the Muslims. So, as Muslims today, we are very easily expressing that Quran, Holy Quran, has been protected by millions of people through their memories, through memorizing, and through writing. Now, if we come to our issue, as you see, we have information, we have the delivery of this information, and this information has to be continually protected, and the trust that we have in this trust. We trust that this information has been provided to us. Why? Because the source of this information is the God, and the prophet is the person that received that information, and this is a reliable individual. We have the sciences, the institutions to protect the information, like the Hafiz, and the secondary sources of religion, which we have to focus on more. When I make a research on that and when I read about blockchain, I can easily say that the blockchain was first invented by the Muslims. They established a system, they established a network of information, and they made the source of information protected. They secured it and they helped it to reach our day. There is this concept of senet, for example. This is actually a chain. What is tried to be given to us with this concept of senet is the chain, the hadith taken from the prophet, and who did it reach, and so this is explained specifically about a hadith. If this person took it from that person from this. So a system was established by mentioning the names. These names, these people are reliable people. These people are trustworthy people. So when we take a look at blockchain, the networks are established, they're connected to each other. In this connection, we see that this concept of trust is formed. So what do people do? They trust this system. In terms of hadith, when we take a look at the words of the prophet, we see that this chain has been formed even in that era. The information exists, this information is transferred, and this is definitely recorded. For example, what do we do in the blockchain? We record it, and we turn it into a block, and then they are connected. If there is an intermission, or if there are unreliable persons, then the chain is cut, and then this piece of information is no more reliable. So at the point of blockchain, the developments in the hadith must be taken into account because they are quite similar to each other. If we continue with the concept of trust, the prophet tried to ensure trust in the market. He made inspections and there was another concept. It was some kind of an organization which continues still in Islamic organizations. It turned into municipalities. The municipalities auditing, checking, controlling the markets. This exists in several countries. This occurred. Why? Because the individuals wanted to be sure that they can buy and sell in the market. So when we take a look at the Prophet's implementation, there was this organization of histe, and the concept of trust is again the core of this concept too. Again, in Islamic law, when we take a look at the contracts, the Holy Quran says that commerce among individuals is halal, but some invalid methods, ways were mentioned. and they were not included within the concept of commerce. What can these be? First of all, the concept of garar. Not to know about the issue or unreliable information. So there is a dark area here. Any contract with garar, those were excluded. And Islamic law says that these are not halal. And if in a contract there should be some points to ensure reliability, and only by this way the relation is established on trust. In a nutshell, Islam has been established on trust. This system has been established on trust as well. The issues pertaining to trust and reliability were covered by Islam, but the concepts that have a negative impact on reliability, on trust, like garar, were excluded. At the point of trust, there are certain verses in the Holy Quran. There is a prayer by Prophet Ibrahim. My God, please please make this city safe, secure. Which city is this? This city is the region in Mecca where the Holy Kaaba is located. Why did he use this concept? When we take a look at the verses, we see the statement that individuals should go there, and we see risk as well. Economically, if a place is to be developed, there should be trust, there should be to this place, and this place should be reliable. When Prophet Ibrahim left his wife and son there, he prayed for this place to be safe, to be secure. There's another verse. This country was safe and the people lived in peace. So in economical terms, this verse gives us an idea about the economy of a country. For an economy to flourish in a country, safety, security is a must. For this reason, such a country was given as an example. These examples all have a target, a meaning. Muslims, make your country stable, make your country peaceful, so that you can earn and you can have better economic development. So if this is the case, I mean, if you have a safe, secure country, what will happen? The investors will come, and because this is a safe place, because this is a secure country, the economy will flourish. Another verse, Quraysh. The Qurayshans in Mecca and their journey, there was a concept which is ilaf, which is the concept of security, safety. Because of safety, security, the Qurayshis easily traveled, and by the help of these travels, they were able to do commerce and trade. In another verse, between the prosperous villages, we established residential areas, and you can stay in the certain designated places, safely, securely. So what do we look for in a business trip? We, of course, try to be secure. We want to be safe. Can we go there? Can we safely bring goods from this place? So we always check these details. In Islamic history, there's the historian Maverdi. 6 points. The world is a beneficial place because of the 6 points. Religious belief turned into behaviors, a strong leader, a comprehensive justice, a safe, secure environment, productivity, efficiency, and prosperity, high ideals, and vision. The concept of safety, security is again important here. Reliability, trust. These are required so that people can live in peace, can conduct trade, commerce. Therefore, reliability, trust, security, safety, these are all significant concepts. The person in need of trust can sometimes be the source of the problem. Now, we are talking about halal certification. We have seen several examples, and today again we have seen examples of it. People from around the world come together, institutions are established, organizations are arranged, we have meetings. Why? Because there's this problem of trust. And this problem of trust stems from the human being. The human beings cause to this problem, and then they take measures, they take precautions. Unfortunately, we are faced with a vicious cycle. When we take a look at Holy Quran, some of the adverse characteristics of human beings are mentioned. We will check 2 verses pertaining to what we are discussing today. In the first one, the God, Allah, says that you might like some people, and some people can be your enemy, but if you see their heart, you can see the truth. Certain people are explained. Yeah, these people might talk in a good way, might look good. They might make the God their witness in their words, but unfortunately, these people are aggressors. These people do not have clean or clear intentions. Therefore, what does this person do? This person creates problems because this person is a hypocrite, and when we take a look at the second verse, human beings do a lot, and they damaged the order on the land and in the sea. So, especially the overconsumption introduced by the capitalist system led to a damage on the balance of the nature, and we experience this right now. Today, when we talk about the food crops, what do we see? We see the human beings damaging the environment. So how do we ensure trust in halal food? That is what we are working for. Our topic here is actually globalization of trust. We should have such a trust that everyone, every person can access to that. Each person can make use of it. The blockchain is one of the elements that can ensure trust. Now, when we take a look at the basis of the relations of human beings, what do we have? We have trust. If you are going to conclude a contract, or if you are going to conclude an agreement, if you are going to travel with another individual, if you will marry someone, all of these acts, what do they require? They require trust. If you do not have trust, we will not have these relationships. So the concept of trust is one of the basic qualifications. So what will we do if we do not have trust? Let's assume that we do not trust each other. We have money, we have a contract. Is it real? Is it fake? Or how do we secure this? We have intermediaries. For example, in our country, we have public notary. And the public notary serves as an intermediary in our country in the topics that people do not trust each other. In the contracts, in sales transactions, we have such intermediaries. Why? Because there's this problem of trust among people. Because of this, the intermediaries are needed. But of course, it has an impact on the costs. The intermediaries increase the costs. Because of the multiplicity of the intermediaries, this time another or secondary trust issues emerge. Then the blockchain is to be used. What does it say? Blockchain says that it will decrease the number of intermediaries, like smart contracts. I will ensure trust. So it decreases the number of individuals, and by eliminating the human beings, or by minimizing the number of human beings, trust is ensured. What are the advantages of blockchain? Let's have a look. A copy is recorded by all of the stakeholders. The data are accessible by everyone, and everyone can see the transactions. So the transparency principle in law is ensured by the help of these principles. The information can be transferred easily from one place to other. This is the facilitation of flow of information. In keeping the data by the help of a blockchain, there is no loss of data or damage of data, which will prevent the possible damages. Digital signature and verification. This ensures trust without the need for intermediaries. The status of the transaction, the details of the transactions in the blockchain, these are visible by the individuals. The most important thing about blockchain is the data cannot be amended, changed, added, or erased. In halal food, what we need is to keep the information as entered. The end user, end consumer will see the information, and this trust is established. In halal certification, which is the main topic of this, as mentioned earlier, why do we do halal certification? We do this for trust. And if we take a look at this, in Islam, the main issue for food is food to be halal. When we take a look at Holy Quran, the forbidden food consists of a few items. So, non-halal food is quite limited. The Holy Quran even points out that if nothing non-halal has been included, it is possible to eat the food prepared by Jews or Christians. So the scope is quite wide. Sometimes I ask myself this question, and we live in a country with the majority of population being Muslims. Why do we need halal certification? I once went to a Muslim country. When I talked with someone in a halal food agency, he said that there are 350 halal food companies in our country, which is quite a high number. And I thought at that time, in a Muslim country, the forbidden food are not sold. It is forbidden to keep them. So why do we need this? This is actually because of the lack of trust. Unfortunately, there is a problematic situation for human beings in terms of trust. Sometimes human beings want to make more money and sacrifice trust in return. So this halal certification is required because of lack of trust. We already know the forbidden food, and the Muslim people can refrain from them, and they can easily access to halal food and continue their lives. Certain examples were given yesterday, like the use of pork jelly in printing of Holy Quran. You can remember maybe from yesterday's examples. When we see all these, when we hear these, then we understand the reason of people looking for halal certification. Yeah, such a certification might exist, but what about the validity of this certificate? Was the product really subject to these stages? Yeah, the aim of the certificate, halal certificate, is actually to give us that trust, to ensure the trust that we need in this respect. But how will we know that? This happened before in Turkey. A company obtained halal certifications from a few places, but at the end of 6 months, there was no audit, nothing, and they continued on the basis of the halal certificates that were not valid anymore, but there's no control mechanism. So how can people trust on it? Okay, it's written halal on it, I can eat it, but is it real? Did they really abide by the principles? Did they fulfill the criteria? So at this point, we have blockchain. Blockchain technology examples were given, and there'll be also a case shared with you in the coming presentation. If we can implement this, we will be able to establish the trust mechanism, and we will ensure trust. And for the consumers, for the end users, trust will be built. As mentioned earlier, blockchain reduces the number of intermediaries. So in terms of building of trust, there's a significant role to be played by a blockchain. It's not possible to amend or change data, and the end users, consumers, see what's happening in a transparent way. The aim of blockchain and the aim of halal accreditation are almost the same, because they are both seeking trust. What we eat, what we drink, we have to trust that it is halal. And at this point of trust, blockchain has the same aim. As I mentioned earlier, in general, at the point of halal food, is this new technology of blockchain answer our needs, respond to the general principles of Islam? Is it possible to use it? Is it okay to use it? Because when something emerges, the Muslims always think about the perspective and perception of Islam. When you take a look at hadiths, you might not find the answer. When you take a look at Holy Quran, you might not find the answer. You might not find the answer again in the verses, because it's something new. So for the newly emerging issues, the Islamic academia just check the existence of haram, of something forbidden by the religion. If there's nothing forbidden by the religion, then it is accepted. And of course, there's the benefit and loss calculation. For example, for cryptocurrency, it has been issued on the basis of a blockchain. When we take a look at overall implementation, we see some negative aspects that go beyond the positive aspects. So what does the Islamic world think? They say that it is not good to use them until these negativities are overcome. What does it mean? It means minimize the loss, minimize the damage, minimize the harm, then you can use it. So we will try to produce the ones that are suitable with the basic principles of our religion. The benefits should definitely exceed the harm, the damage. And when this is the case, in terms of general principles of Islam, blockchains used for halal accreditation does not look problematic. Of course, the details can point out to certain deficiencies, but in terms of halal certification, Muslims all around the world connected to this conference also use the technology for that. These principles were mentioned today too. We want these principles to be accepted in a reliable way, and we want these to be used comfortably. For this reason, we don't think that blockchain will create a problem in terms of Islamic law. I'd like to thank you for your patience.
Our next and final speaker will be Mr. Salih Ahmad. Mr. Salih Ahmad specializes in business development and advises halal food players in digitalizing their processes to prepare them for a more integral digital world in the years to come. He is currently the Chief of Operations at What's Halal, a Singapore company that deals with blockchain applications and the use of these applications by companies for halal certification purposes. Mr. Ahmad, thank you for being with us today. The floor is yours. I was informed that we might be facing some technical issues, so we will wait for about another minute.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Dear colleagues, thank you for your tolerance and understanding. Mr. Omar, is it possible for you to, I think it's from your speaker? Okay, I think we can continue. We will need a few minutes more just to arrange these technical difficulties. Thank you for your understanding.
Test. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. If you guys can hear me, just type yes so that I know that people can hear me. All right, great, Alhamdulillah. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, my name is Ali, I'm from Singapore. So sorry about technical issues just now. It's about 8:37 here in Singapore. Right. Basically, a short introduction of the company. Halal is actually a tech company. We focus in software development, and we focus on implementing different technologies in order to contribute to the halal industry globally. So a bit of sharing in a format of pictures where. So the idea is to connect all the sectors within the industry dealing with food, pharmaceutical, whatever have you, within a blockchain platform. So the idea of this platform or the idea of this blockchain is actually for data sharing. The idea again that was a beautifully clearly shared by the previous presenter, right? The purpose of our blockchain. The idea is to have more trust within the ecosystem. And then again, when we set out this project in 2017, even taking like 3 weeks in a drawing board, we know that this project will take a very long time. We give ourselves 15 years to complete this. Yes, 15 years. I don't know, you count your age now, plus 15 years. Inshallah, if everything works well, then it's viable for me to say that the mission has been achieved. Oh, it's not clear. Let me try again. Yeah. Okay, let me try speak louder. Thank you. Yeah. So the idea of this blockchain is purely for data sharing. It's purely based on connecting different players, whether you are a business person, whether you are a consumer, whether you are authorities. The idea is again for connecting everybody into this within this blockchain. Previously, we have Miss Diana. Miss Diana has shared with us. Basically, we both are trying to achieve the same objective, but using a different strategy, right? But the purpose or the basis of it is still the same. Whatever I've shared here, or this in this particular slide, is already been shared for previous slide. So before I even get to blockchain, or before, if anybody needs a better, clear understanding of blockchain, all right, I mean, you can Google like blockchain for beginners and for kids. It's easier to understand. However, before we can even talk about blockchain, we must first talk about digitalization. In 2018, when we launch our project within the industry, trying to find out how can we use technology to solve whatever that is happening within the industry, we found out one problem: digitalization. So as I bump onto certification bodies, as I bump to auditors, when I bump to Halal consultant. So when we talk about data sharing, when we talk about connecting our systems together, all right, most of them will give me a set of files, like paper document files. So I'm in Singapore and you are somewhere in Europe, and now today I've been introduced to Turkey, and I want to thank the organizer for just saying hi to me over LinkedIn. I really appreciate it. The past 2 weeks has been really an eye-opener for me about the speak processes, and the past yesterday and today again, I'm just blown with all the processes that you guys have. You see, all this has to be digitalized because we are hours apart, right? And COVID has opened up our eyes to how information and how connected we need to be, even at a time of crisis. So when I was introduced to this topic, globalizing trust in the halal industry, specifically I was asking, whose trust are we trying to get here? Whose trust? So in what's halal, we look at only two perspectives. I mean, there are other kind of trust that we should be talking about, the halal authorities, the governments, but those are things that I think as business, we can just give our voice. But at the end of the day, there are reasons to why things are to where they are right now. I mean, let's talk about MUIS, right? I'm living in Singapore. The halal certification body here is MUIS. MUIS first issued in 1992 or 1987. So sorry, I am trying which year, I can't remember which year, but it's within that period. All right. It takes them 10 years or even more in order for them to reach to where they are right now, with ever changing or ever updating their processes or coming up with new schemes in order to attend to the market, right? In 2018, when I did my research in Japan, right? And of course, I met again respectable people that has been in industry for so long. I mean, there are other issues that they have. Logistical issue. To get the halal meat will take them about 2 to 3 hours because that's how far the nearest halal meat is. Some of certification body are actually logistic company at the same time. So there are many different perspectives, but in what's halal's view, we are only looking at two perspectives: the customer's perspective and the business perspective. These are the trust that we are supposed to attend. So if I were to go to Japan, I know I can't read Japanese language. Neither can I speak one. 2 weeks ago, I met a very handsome gentleman from the organizer. I can't even pronounce his name correctly until we met over Zoom, and he teach me on how to pronounce his name. So now let's talk about halal. If I go to your country, Turkey, how do I know or how do I recognize the halal logo, right? Same here, if you are in Malaysia or if you are in Singapore and you want to buy something and you have to look for the halal logo, and if you look at this picture that I'm having, will you buy it? I'll tell you I'll buy it. Then you got this kind of news. Alright? So there is an issue down here. Okay, the first issue is a use of fake logo. Right? Then there's another issue. Is the item really halal? Alright? So there's a business problem and there is a halal problem at the same time. All within one purchase. So this is just a summary of the challenges that the consumer might have. In Singapore, we are opening up our borders very soon, allowing people to travel. And when we travel, or as any Muslim, when we travel, especially to non-Muslim country or non-Muslim majority country, we are always faced with this problem. And most of the time, thank you to our brothers from Pakistan and India who always travel. I always look for biryani. I always look for kebab. Right? So these are my safe food. Okay, when I travel. But would that make my halal or my holiday a nice one, a very fruitful one? Not really. Right? It's a very safe halal travel there. So these are the challenges that we will face as a consumer. We do not know the halal logo, and if there is, okay, there's already a case of fake halal. I just showed you. Okay, there's a lack of accessibility to halal knowledge. That's how we categorize it. Okay, by the time we know if I were to visit the nearest convenience store, I have to Google it up. Okay, again, I will tell you it's a no real time update. Okay, and pretty much it's not really a day-to-day practice for us. Right, we just heavily rely on that printed logo on that packaging. All right, and of course, within this area, I do not know about in Turkey, but in this area of the country, it's a stigma. Asking a lady with a headscarf, is this halal? Might sound very that person might take it very might be offended by it. It's a social stigma. Right? Asking is wrong. Not asking is also wrong. So there's another business perspective that we need to attend. Again, we talk about trust. So down here is an example of a butter. This is actually in Singapore, and there's 2 halal logo there. So I mean, there are a few more examples. During my halal consultancy work, I always sometimes I face these products with 2 halal logo. So this is just why behind that 2 halal logo? We have no idea. But as a business, do we really want to have, or do you really want to apply for halal application 2 times? So from a business perspective, we summarize it into these 3 big factors. One is the halal standards. I mean, for the past 3-4 years, when I venture into this industry, every year without fail, there are big organizations like SMIC. I hope you can hear me. There are big organizations like SMIC, Malaysia, Mabeams, that try to again call for harmonizing within standards. Again, when I understand ISO, it's not very easy, or it's not an easy thing for certification bodies to come together and agreeing to a similar standard. It will take some time, but I think in everybody's dua, we want it to happen, right? So this affects business. Okay, so this is where the business will ask more questions, will get more consultancy. It's just a department's purely a one department's work, right? And then we go into transparency and simplicity. Yeah. So the more complex it is, the more questions they need to ask, the more people they need to go through, and that increase in cost. I mean, generally, to be frank, costs will increase thanks to inflation. But in terms of process, can we help the business to save money in that manner? All right. Again, there's a business stigma or this business issue. Any further enhancement, all right, even in technological wise, all right, the moment you try to implement a certain technology to save the time of process, all right, you need to fork out that money. But in a long time or in the long term, right, it's a money saving. So what's the solution then? Yeah, it's very clear. The solution is integrating. Integration, you need a seamless flow of information. Whatever I've learned regarding the SNCC standard for yesterday and today, I find there's a lot of similarities between the standards that Malaysia have, Singapore, and I believe many certification bodies are applying the same process, right? But is there a way that we can just have the business to input this information one time? All right, one input, and this information is being checked or skimmed through in order to grade themselves whether it passed that standard or that standard. That's why we call it harmonizing. So again, I go in that energy of solution. All right, I want integration to happen because it helps everybody. In fact, not only the authorities, it helps the business, it helps the consumers, right? But before we can talk about integration, we have to talk about digitalization. All right. So at this moment, if you guys are certification bodies, let's look at your process. If I were to ask for data integration, if I ask maybe a brother in Australia, right, brother, doctor, this product that is from Australia, how do I know whether it's halal? Oh, there's a printed logo. Can I have a series of documents to assure that this is not a fake logo, right? How can I, in an instant, get that information? In fact, there's only one of me, right? But imagine if there's thousands of inquiries sending the emails. I don't think a human can answer that, right? So we need to digitalize first. Only when your processes are digitalized, then you can talk about integration, connecting all actors. Your information can be shared to the government if, let's say, your certification, let's say the government decides to have some stake or some regulation on halal in your country. I don't know. Information is just there. Or how about another tech company? They just want to help the Muslims get information faster within your country. Snap of a finger, do the integration. You are already ready for integration. You're already ready to have some of the information shared. Then we can talk about empowerment. What does empowerment mean? In 15 years' time, in 20 years' time, globally, especially in Singapore, we are going to face one factor that all businesses hate. We are going to be lack of manpower. Yes, you're going to be lack of manpower. So technology is one way that we can solve that solution or solve that problem. But then again, you need your people to be upgraded. Make sure they know how to use the system. Make sure they are always thinking of interacting, integration, and globalizing. You know, I'm not surprised if one day, a family decided to migrate to another country, say from Singapore migrate to Turkey, or from Turkey migrate to Australia or to Japan, right? And and halal happened to be their niche of skill. With technology, not only as an industry we have empowered, or we already put there's no voice. Testing. Sounds well. Okay. I'll carry on. Thank you. Testing.
Thank you, Mr.
Can you hear me?
Salamat, for your presentation.
All right, great. So not only we talk about empowerment, I mean we already make it ready. All right, then we can be pretty much globalize that entire process. Next is automation. Yes, when you have lesser manpower and when you are digitalized, we can talk about AI, we can talk about OCR technology more and more. Okay. So another solution that what Halal is creating is actually a halal scanner. This halal scanner is not a new scanner. In some countries they already have it, right? But this is what I'm talking about. If in your country you don't have this kind of technology, with the blockchain, with the information that is already in it, okay, you can have another tech company taking all the information, building up on their own tech, or being up based on the information that is within the blockchain, and they can create something like this. And you as a halal certification body, or even an authority, or even as a business, all right, these are forms of ways that you can assure, and as a business, you can market your products to your consumer. So previously, somebody talked about smart contract. The presenter was talking about smart contract. So imagine this. Imagine having your audit dates, your auditor, this kind of information right at your fingertips. Again, does everybody require this information? It depends. It depends on the country. It depends on the user. Who requires it? The business? The consumer? The authorities? It depends. It really depends. So before you can talk about blockchain, before we can talk about smart contracts, we have to look at the system piling up on top of the blockchain. So for what's halal, basically on top of our blockchain is a series of systems. The idea of creating this system is actually to enable many of our certification bodies, or maybe halal authorities, or maybe organizations, within that community. For example, right, in Turkey, one of the speaker mentioned they have the audits are being digitalized. Great. But in some parts of Australia, it's still not that way. Some parts of Japan is still not that way. So when we build this kind of system, the idea is to empower them, and they can just subscribe if they want to. All right, and these are based on generic standards that has been what we have gathered from Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Yeah, of course. This as I've been exposed to a SMIC standard these 2 days, and in fact 2 weeks ago, we are looking into having to ensure that this system follows the SMIC standard as well. All right, so that many of the certification bodies are now not only having the same standard, but they are integrated at the same time digitally. All right. We are also creating a mobile application to connect users. So again, you can have a chocolate cake made from Turkey, that is in Singapore. All right. This app can actually give the information that the user want in order to see the information or the halal assurance that they need to buy that cake from Turkey, maybe. Yeah. Same thing when you're in Japan. Nobody, I don't know whether there's Japanese in this audience. I can't read Japan. I can't speak Japanese. But if I'm exposed to all the halal certificates down there, all the different logos, or maybe businesses just wants to assure that their product are halal without the halal logo, this app can give that assurance. And of course, a digital framework for business to interact and trade. This is our 2024 plan in a pipeline. It's more to solve the business problems. But at this moment, we have already complete the framework for Malaysia and Singapore and Indonesia. So inshallah, very soon we'll be, I think this month I'm going to be very busy looking at the framework again to ensure that we actually match with all the standards or the requirements for SMIC. Inshallah, we can release this in January and February. So this is just a peek of what's happening within the system. So we have an OCR system for our invoice. So literally, businesses don't need to type in their ingredients. You just need to snapshot their invoice, and all the information is being read out automatically. So no data entry. Data entry is done by the computer. Okay. And on the right side, we have the managing halal suppliers. So basically, we know who you buy from, and this is where we can have a better traceability of who manages this product. So basically, that's about it. So again, for what's halal, as much as we know that integration is for authorities to follow standards or harmonizing standards is something that everybody is praying for and hope that it can happen one day, inshallah. In the meantime, all I can do right now is provide that technology solution in order for at least to kickstart the integration. With that, I thank everybody for listening. And if anybody wants to reach out to me to get the assistance on digitalizing their own current process, just send me an email. I'll get back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh and Amat, for this presentation. Dear colleagues and participants, this marks the end of the conference on Globalizing the Trust in Halal Certification, which was delivered under the COMSEC-funded project titled Developing Human Capital in OIC Countries for Technical Halal Auditing based on SMIC Halal Certification System and Quality Infrastructure. We would like to thank all participants who showed great interest in the conference. We had participants from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, United States, Australia, Uruguay, Brazil, Nigeria, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, and many other countries. This makes us very happy, not only because of the interest in this specific conference, but because it shows that halal certification and the matter of trust is recognized as an important issue all around the world, an area that requires cooperation between and among governments, companies, as well as civil society. I would also like to remind all participants that the presentations made throughout the two-day conference will all be available on the website of the Halal Accreditation Agency of Turkey. In addition, the video recordings of this conference will also be available on the official YouTube channel of the Halal Accreditation Agency. With this, I would like to thank you all again. It was a great pleasure to organize this conference, and we hope that you benefited from the presentations and the information shared by the speakers as much as we did. Having said, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our speakers who gracefully agreed to share their experience with us and the audience and prepare their presentations, although we gave them very short notice. Thank you again, and have a great day.